Richlands Town Council will now come to order. Would everyone please stand for the invocation and pledge? Let us pray. Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight to conduct the business of this town. We are so grateful for all the blessings that we have in our lives, and we want you to know that in our hearts, all of our hearts, we recognize all the good things that you give us and allow us to have, and that we work for and enable us to do these things. Tonight we pray for your grace on all of us, and we thank you. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay. We have before us an agenda which includes the removal transfer of the consent agenda items as needed. And I will ask for an approval of the agenda, but I know there's at least one. I mentioned it informally to members of council. I will ask now for their guidance. Regina Roberts contacted Susan here at the town hall this morning, and then she contacted me asking to be added to the agenda. I explained that she was not on time, but she understands that. She also has another meeting to attend in Tazewell. She's here to report on the library along with Amanda Killen, with Amanda Killen. So that being said, if council would entertain or wish to add her to the agenda, I would suggest an early addition or to add her to the scheduled public comments. Personally, I would rather just see her added to the agenda. It will be a brief explanation. Yes, we'll have to say approval on that, but we'll have to approve the whole agenda. So shall we add her early on in the agenda? Everyone okay? Yes. So I'll put that on here. All right, so let's put her, to be honest, let's put her before the consent agenda so she can move on to Tazewell. So she'll be item 4, Roman numeral 4A, Regina Roberts, Tazewell County Public Library, and Amanda Killen. Thank you both.
Mayor Curry, I have a couple of additions.
Yes, please.
Since we did add Ms. Roberts to the agenda, I was contacted by Rocky Hill to be on the agenda. No, he was the same situation.
Okay.
I never mind to make an exception for a citizen to speak. I want to give people as much time as they want. So if we could add Rocky Hill, so he will get the 5 minutes as well.
Add him to scheduled?
Yes, please.
Okay, so let's put, Rocky Hill will be under Roman numeral 6. He'll be item B, Rocky Hill.
And I also have 5 more things that need to be added. The first is an events committee discussion.
Would you like that, Laura?
I guess we can put these under the agenda items. So I guess we'll start with letter K.
Okay, letter K. All right, what's it called? Events?
An events committee discussion.
All right, and the others?
The next is regarding pop-up Richlands.
The L?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Letter M will be a social media policy.
Okay.
N will be electronic participation ordinance.
Okay.
And letter O is the generator RFP discussion, please.
That's the gas power generator.
Yes, sir.
Okay. RFP discussion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And
What was N again?
N is electronic participation ordinance.
Mr. Mayor, I would like to add
Yes.
something to the agenda,
Yes,
please.
Jan, sure.
Power cost adjustment discussion.
Where would you like it, Jan?
You could just put it after the generator RFP.
Put it as P, LOP. What is it, PCA discussion? All right, anything else, Jan?
No, that's-
Okay. Does anyone else on the council have an addition or deletion to the agenda, changes? Mike, you have something?
Yes, Mayor. I believe we should put a closed session at appointments.
Okay, so right after agenda items where it says 8A, do you want, and then we have small letter I, do you want before A, like right after A and the small letter I, do you want to put closed session, executive session?
It should be prior to.
Prior to
those
appointments?
three.
So it'd be like Roman numeral 8, capital A, shall we say that? Got it, got it. Do you have a code number on that, please?
It is Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A1, and that would be personnel.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Is there anyone else who has additions or deletions to the agenda? Okay, I see Derek and Maria are here, and let's see. Is Emma Kelly here? Okay, thank you. Is there anything else we need to change or add to the agenda? Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I will make a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And Jan makes a second. Is any further discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, I will ask for a roll call vote. Becca, would you do that, please?
Yes.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, council. All right, next we have added Regina Roberts. So before we go to the consent agenda, Regina, would you please come to the podium? And Amanda, if you'd like to share this time with her, that's fine. Okay, thank you. And welcome. I guess you could say we're all friends of the library. Go ahead.
Yes. Thank you all very much, and congratulations and welcome new council members. I've been here a few times, but it's been a little while, and I'm sorry, but I brought my water if I get to coughing. I wanted to kick the year off with just some good news, a good update about what's going on, and thank you all for the opportunity. Thank you very much for adding us in here. For those who don't know me, my name's Regina Roberts, and I serve Tazewell County as an appointed trustee of the Tazewell County Public Library System. I'm appointed to that position by the Board of Supervisors for the county. In addition to this, I also serve as the President Chair of the Foundation Board of Directors of Tazewell County Public Library System. So I'm here this evening in that role to represent the foundation and what has been going on with that. So is anyone unfamiliar with the Richlands Library project? We kicked that off about February of last year. So it's been really, really exciting. We're looking to renovate, remodel, and revitalize the building, give it a facelift. It needs painting. It needs gutters. It needs, just an upgrade. And then we also, that would be phase 1. And phase 2, we're going to do some work inside, and phase 3 is to add an addition. So we have beautiful renderings of that in the library. If any of y'all would like to stop by and look at that, Huber Architect did those, and they're beautiful and very detailed. So for the new council members and any citizens here that may not be familiar with this building, I wanted to give a couple of details about it. This is one of the very first buildings that was built in the town of Richlands. It originally was built when the coal miners came in here and they needed an office. So that's what that was built for. And then shortly thereafter, not too long after that, it was sold to Dr. Williams, and it became the very first hospital in the town of Richlands. So this building, it's just part of us. It's part of the town, and it's a beautiful building, and we want to preserve that. In 1983, the building was donated by the Williams family to the town as a library. And so it has been a library ever since 1984. So that's exciting. And some of those areas on that siding looks like they haven't been worked on since 1984. So we're really, really excited to move forward and get some of that upgraded and get that fixed. And thanks to you all for last year, the ARPA money, $154,000 that is going towards that phase one. So I'm going to give you just a little bit of what happened in 2022. We did the Winter Honey Book and Yard Sale event in February, which brought in around $2,500. Private donations, we brought in about $10,000. The Mad Hatter dinner that we had out on Suffolk Street here, which was a great success. It was really nice. That brought in somewhere between $3,000 and $4,000. Food City this fall gave us $25,000. The Thompson Foundation has donated $100,000. The Shop Foundation matched that at $100,000, and that totals around $395,000. So that is a little bit over halfway of what our goal was of $700,000. So we're really, really excited that we had a great year, and we're looking to just blow this out in 2023 and totally fund this project. So phase one has begun. The bid was awarded to a local contractor, Southwest Developing Inc., Jamie Tuggle. So that's who got the contract. They've already ordered the windows, and they ordered those back before the holidays and said it would take about 16 weeks to get them in. And they are projecting to have phase one completed by the end of May. So rah, rah, I hope that happens. We're looking forward to that. And then we also, because of the surplus and we was able to raise more than we had really expected for that first year, we are in the process of starting the phase two bidding process. So look for that and who will get that bid. So that's exciting. And Amanda is going to tell you a little bit about 2023.
Hey everybody, I'm Amanda Killen. My firm, the name is Surgent Grant Writing and Fundraising. The Library Foundation hired me last year to begin this capital fundraising campaign, and we've been very happy with our progress so far. We've got a little over $300,000 left to go. We are so happy to be able to acclimate you guys with this project. If you don't know, the Richlands area has about 6,800 library card holders. That's a lot of use. Out of that 6,800, you have about 2,500 are children. The children's area of the library is on the second story. So the heart of this project, I feel like, is not only restoring this historic building, but making the second story accessible to all mobility levels. So the $100,000 that we got from the Shop Foundation is going to go for not just a wheelchair lift, which was our original goal, but we're going to be able to install a full-size elevator. So we're very excited about that. We're going to continue with our grassroots fundraising efforts this year, so look for more dinners, maybe one at least, maybe two, we're not sure yet. So we appreciate the in-kind help we got with that last year. That was a really smooth process to close the street, and we thought it was a phenomenal success, and the community was excited about it, which was just awesome to see. So we're looking for one of those in the spring and maybe one in the fall. We're going to go in for some additional grant funding. We're going to hopefully be successful with an AARP application this year, because we feel like this is a great project for AARP funding. So there's other money that we are hoping to be able to go after in partnership with the town. The town owns the building, and we just feel like it would be a really good opportunity to work together as on a grant application. So we'll be talking more about that going forward. But really, we're just so appreciative of your support and wanted to give you guys an update and thank you for everything that's gotten us to where we are so far.
Yes, thank you.
Do you all have any questions?
Thank you very much, Regina, and thank you, Amanda. I don't have any questions right now. I was thinking of several as you were speaking, but they aren't with me at the moment. But I want to thank you for your efforts to preserve the house, which was the original office of the Clinch Valley Coal and Iron Company. And we're proud of that and our heritage and the use that's made of it for the library.
I've got a
Thank you.
question. You said that was a mining office, so that's entitled to AML grant.
It has to be within a quarter of a mile of a site. There has to be a qualifying feature for the AML program, like a high wall or auger holes or anything like that. An office would not qualify. But that's a really good point. If there's a mine anywhere within a quarter of a mile of the library, that'd be awesome, if anybody knows about one.
Y'all
But
would designate the coal on the side of the railroad
Yeah.
track, we might be able to work it.
I'm sure there was a mines under it one time.
I don't know. All I know is the history of it, and was the office of the Clinch Valley Coal and Iron Company. And for all those who have been there and those who don't know, the little oval window was the pay window, and there's tons of good history there and medical history, as you say. So it's really a cool place. Thank you. Any questions, anyone? I would ask this, I know what it was, maybe at our February meeting, if you could bring those drawings or architectural renderings and present to the council. I think that would be helpful. To visualize things is so important. So Regina, I'll ask you, since you're, and Amanda, either one, to call and be on the agenda, and you can show us the pictures and the architectural renderings. Do you think that'd be nice?
Yes.
I love
awesome.
them.
You can go ahead and put us on for February, and we'll plan to
Okay,
attend.
I'll make a note here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, can I get a picture of town council with them?
Absolutely. Come on up, Ginger. Let me make a note here, Regina
Y'all
Roberts.
kind of squeeze in so I can get a good picture, and John, can you be in there again? Go up around. Oh, you want us to run?
Yeah, they want you up here so we can huddle together. It's called body heat. We need it. We all need it.
It's important for us to document all the stuff that we do.
Come on over, Jane. Come on, Regina, and you guys are in the center of this thing. You're the ladies of the moment.
Sorry.
Oh, you're fine. We'll make it happen.
Okay, is this about center?
Yeah, this is okay.
Y'all don't have to do the buddy system. Squeeze in a little bit.
I'll do this. How about this?
Sounds good.
A little bit tighter, Laura, please.
Tighter.
There, perfect. Everybody smiling? Thank you.
Thank you, thank
Thank you,
you.
Regina.
That was not planned, but thank you.
Amanda, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ginger. Okay. Ladies, have a safe trip to Tazewell.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next on our agenda is the consent agenda, which is an authorization to pay the bills for December and the minutes of the regular meeting and the public hearing on December the 13th, 2022. So are there any questions about the consent agenda before the chair calls for a motion to approve it? Questions about the bills? Anybody? Okay, Jan?
Okay, 13066. What, I was just wanting to know what that was. Is that cell phone bills? SCGRA?
No, it's Oh, what's its phone, what's their phone system? Isn't it phone? Sagra?
Yes,
Phone system?
yes.
That's like actual phones.
Hardwired landline.
You want to do hardware, I think. Yeah.
Oh, boy, okay.
Jan, did you, okay with that?
13114. What is that? CDW Government Incorporated.
I can speak to that.
Okay.
Pretty sure that's malware and antivirus based that the federal government acquires.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's a requirement to carry that.
Okay.
Okay, then, on 13156, the Southern Software, is that your,
That's actually the
bookkeeping.
Police department's software, theirs is different than everybody else's.
that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Jan. Thank you. Anyone else with questions about the check register?
I had a few.
Okay.
So on 13073, it looks like a job posting. Do we post on only like run ads, or do we also do LinkedIn or Indeed? Have we,
Actually, that covers all of that, like, when we post with, the Bristol paper,
uh-huh,
it actually goes online with all the major job
okay.
courses at the same time. That's why there's
Huh.
cost a little bit more than
Yeah,
if you just run it in like the local paper, which
yeah,
a lot of times we still do, but depending on what the job is or if we've ran it recently, we wanna make sure that we get it out as many places as we
yeah,
possibly can.
so it's online as well,
It's on
right?
VML
Yeah.
as well.
Okay, okay.
Usually we try to start with the local papers, and if you don't get interest, then you,
Yeah,
you
elevate
yeah,
it.
go on.
Okay.
Is that check number?
The check he just asked about was 13073. Okay.
And then I had just a few more. I saw that the wastewater treatment plant had, I guess, a valve gate, line 13118. Is that related to the cold snap at all, or just standard maintenance? I assume that's what WWTP stands for.
That's
Wastewater.
wastewater, it says valve gate. Well, not necessarily is all of that wastewater, because.
I know we had a big
WWTP
leak.
is like a valve gate,
Mhm.
and then looks like the line maintenance department has also ordered things
Yeah.
from that same place.
Okay.
So, I would assume that they have several things that they're working on currently, so it's just from the same place, but it's water and sewer lines and the wastewater all to the same place that it's ordered stuff.
So I was just gonna ask, like, is there anything reflected in here? I know we had a big water line burst during that cold snap. I think it was near Farmer Street, like the intersection. Is any of that reflected in this or no?
Well, some of the supplies maybe,
Mhm.
but I know for right now, like, they're kind of, wanting to get it fixed
Okay,
immediately,
yeah.
so any like long-term,
Mhm.
this purchase is more than likely just something that they've seen that, well, we've used all the ones we have on hand.
Okay,
We have to order more.
okay,
I doubt, like, some of those was like major lines, so
Yeah.
I feel like that they're gonna do, will not be reflected in that.
okay. Just making sure. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Okay. One more question. I see several things related to mailing, specifically 13122. And then I think that is the actual, like, window envelopes. I imagine that's the water bills, just guessing. And then I also see down lower, stuff such as printing and postage. Do we offer a paperless option?
What number is the other one, Jordan?
It is 13148, 13149.
Okay.
That is not necessarily just for bills.
Uh-huh.
Those window envelopes we use for pay stubs, any kind of like invoice, like, that
Yeah.
you have to send out, like, that's not necessarily like an ongoing invoice, like,
Mhm.
those are not the bills that you're thinking that you
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, okay.
Those would be for other things.
Is there, like, options to go paperless for that, or, like, I don't know the regulations or
Not at the-
anything?
Not at the,
Yeah.
not at the time.
Okay.
I think that if you, we looked at a couple and they didn't really work out, but they're still
Yeah.
ongoing with the one company that come in and like redo like kind of the online payment
Mhm.
and all that stuff. And, we're looking at that, but
Okay.
not necessarily right now.
Okay, that's just what I was asking. I think that's an easy way to,
Track like
yeah.
the signature, like I'm agreeing and all that stuff,
Yeah.
so.
okay. Those are all my questions.
Thank you, Jordan. Is there anyone else who has questions about the check register?
I do have one.
Okay.
Check 13119 for the rec concessions. The past couple months, every 2 months, that's averaging between $700 and $900 for a payment to Coca-Cola for that. Is that just their drinks, or is that all of the concessions?
That's just drinks.
Do we know how much money they're bringing in on that?
Yeah, I don't know, I mean, it's honestly not gonna be reflected on this.
That's something we can bring if you want to discuss that
Yeah.
at the meeting we have on the 16th with the rec commission.
Yes, please do.
I think that's something
I'd
we
like-
could
I'm interested in
pull by
seeing that.
then.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I've got, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you, Laura. Anyone else with questions about the check register? Okay. Let's continue to look at the agenda. And we have before us, along with this, the minutes of our regular meeting and the public hearing on December the 13th. Are there any corrections, additions, deletions to the minutes? 2 sets. Regular meeting and public hearing. Any additions, deletions, corrections to the minutes? Okay, hearing no further questions regarding the consent agenda, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll
for
make
bill
that
payment.
motion.
Yes. Laura makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Rick makes the second. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Okay. There being no discussion, I will ask for a roll call vote, please. Yes, ma'am. As amended, because, well, as presented, because we didn't amend anything. We just are voting on it as presented. Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
The motion carries. It's unanimous. Thank you, council. Okay, the next item on our agenda is Roman numeral 6. We have Derek and Maria White. Derek and Maria? Hi, Maria. Derek here?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Curry and members of the Richlands Town Council. First of all, I would like to offer my congratulations to Mayor Curry on his reelection and also to our newly elected members of the Town Council. So excited to see all of your faces, and I look forward to seeing what kind of things our new council and our mayor will be doing moving forward. I know that each of you have the interests of our citizens at heart and want to do what's best for our town. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Derek could not be here tonight because of work obligations, so he does offer his regrets that he could not be here tonight. I'm here on behalf of Team Quantum RBC and Brooklyn Sports. 2 years ago, back in 2021, we were able to put on the 3-day cycling event. It was approved by the USA Cycling Association. We had their support, and we were able to put on a 3-day cycling event during the Memorial Day weekend in May of 2021. It was very successful. We were very excited to see the turnout that we did. We had over 100 cyclists each of the 3 days that we had it. Got lots of positive feedback. They were very complimentary of the town and the support that we had received, and they could see that the community was behind the event, and they were looking forward to racing. Unfortunately, we were not able to hold it last year. The biggest reason was just because a lot of the races that were already in place that had been established prior to our event during the Memorial Day weekend, a lot of those races, established races, were opening back up last year, so that prevented us from really getting the number of racers and cyclists that we wanted to have for our event, for it to be, worthwhile and, able to, for us to be able to do it without overspending our budget. So Our plan is to move forward again this year for 2023. We are moving the date. We've talked to other cyclists, teams, under advisement, just some general guidance and just getting, again, more feedback. Talked with people at USA Cycling, and we felt that maybe if we moved our date, that might hopefully keep us from bumping up against other cycling events across the country, and hopefully we could get that number that we're hoping for of participants for this year's race. So we are moving the race. It will be the first weekend in May, May 5, 6, and 7. That is a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Same format as we had 2 years ago. We'll start with, the first day would be a time trial event. The second day would be a road race event. And then on Sunday, the last day of the event would be a criterium, and that's held within the town limits. The other two would go into other parts of the county, within Tazewell County. So we would also be working not only within the town of Richlands, but some parts of our routes would go over into like the Cedar Bluff and Baptist Valley areas. And again, we really appreciate the support we received in the past from town of Richlands, Cedar Bluff, our local law enforcement, both Richlands Town Police, Sheriff's Office, our local EMS. So we're hoping to have that same kind of support again for this year's event.
Maria, thank you very much. Just to be clear, are the dates May 5th, 6th, and 7th?
Yes.
Is that right?
May
Okay, I'm
5,
write
6,
that
7.
down.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that sounds exciting. I support it not because I'm a biker. I don't do that or can't do that, but I think it's a really positive thing for the town. It's a healthy thing to do, literally, and it's healthy for the community as a whole. And so I personally support it, and I feel like council will too. That being said, have you worked out the race path and consulted with the chief of police on all these things in management?
Not
Not
this
yet.
year's race. Like I said, Derek is pretty much going to follow the courses that we had back in 2021. He made some adjustments for last year's event, so he may be tweaking a little bit more, but it should be generally the same thing. But yes, he's very much on board to work with our local law enforcement and get
Okay.
that going.
I think that is terrific, and frankly, I don't have a lot of details to ask you because that requires a certain amount of expertise that you guys have acquired, and I'm happy for the town. So I think we probably need a motion on this. John, any thoughts on this, or anyone else? Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And I would ask that we'll have a motion. I think this needs to be approved by motion. And I would ask that you contact Chief Holt so that he's fully aware of what we're doing within the town. And then as soon as you can, not to put you under pressure, if we could have a race route, I think it's exciting.
Yes.
That
We'll
we
definitely get that.
print
out to
it and I can follow.
you. Okay, yes.
Thank you. Thank
We
you.
will
Thank
do
you.
that.
Any other questions or comments from the council? Is it chasing the wild boar?
Chasing the wild boar.
Well, I do have a question.
Yes.
I think about the varmint and the museum. How do we get the wild boar part?
That is a good question, and that's a question I'll leave for Derek to
Okay.
explain because that was his idea.
Okay.
And I don't want to misrepresent what his ideas were for how he came up with that, so.
It's okay because the varmint has become a huge thing in
Right.
Brooks
Yes.
Garden with the road racing, running, and I think this has the potential to do the same.
We hope so.
It's one of those unusual names. Thank you. All right, so I would ask that council entertain a motion to approve this event, Chasing the Wild Boar by Derek and Maria White for May 5th, 6th, and 7th.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
All right, Laura makes the motion, and Doug seconds the motion. Is there any, are there any questions regarding this motion? Any discussion? There being no discussion, I would ask for a roll call vote. Thank you, Becca.
Yes.
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 Maria, thank you. We wish you the best. I look forward to
Thank
the
you.
maps and pictures when
We
it's
definitely will
done.
get that out to you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you all so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. And the wild boar story, we need that.
Yes, thank you.
We're going to make something out of it. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next, we have on our agenda, Roman numeral 6, item B, Rocky Hill. Rocky, please come up and speak what you wish, please. And if you don't mind to give your address, I should have asked that. Do you
Yeah,
mind
that's
to do
fine.
that?
Rocky Hill, 357 Pounding Mill, Virginia.
Thank you.
Ms. White, didn't get to congratulate you, you were speaking, but congratulations. Mr. Woods, didn't get to congratulate you, but congratulations. Ms. Malo, thanks for speaking up and getting me on this. But I appreciate it. Anyways, this is not for an approval. This is not to get a vote on or anything. I just want to get you guys to be involved and put this in your ear because we have new council members, basically everybody but Mr. Ratliff and the mayor. But anyways, 2 years ago, I was actually on the board with the Appalachian Agency for Senior Citizens. And they got approved by the Rec Commission and then you guys to update Lake Park and turn it into a senior-type playground, you know, walking, things like that. Well, they kind of dropped the ball. They didn't get the grant. I reached out. Regina Sayers is now retired. Brian Beck took it over. Spoke with Brian. He said the grant had fell through. He totally gave me blessing on it. He said that I would probably do a better job and make it, if anybody knows me, when I do something, it's big. We do it to the top-notch level. That being said, I'm going to take this to the rec park and try to get it approved. If they approve it, then we'll come to you guys. But I wanted to give you guys an idea of what I would like to do there to refresh memories. The senior swings. I don't know if you've ever seen the senior swings. They're basically wood. They're really nice. We actually have private donors that's willing to put their name on it and build them. So we'd have senior swings. I would like to purchase a shuffleboard, the giant shuffleboard type thing for the seniors and for the park. We've got a lot of private donors. Ramey's has come on board, and Freddie Ellswick, they're going to support this totally. They're kind of like our partners with this, but we've got a ton of sponsors. The biggest thing I want to do is the wheelchair swings. I don't know if you've seen them. They're about $4,000. They're really nice. We've actually got the materials donated already to build that for the wheelchair swings. That's for the special needs kids, handicapped kids, whatever. That's where I'm going with this. I don't want to leave the seniors out because that was Appalachian Agency's dream. So I would like to combine all of this because we have the room, beautiful park. It's already, Rusty Hess has took some, I don't know if y'all been there, but he's took some playground material there, but we could really make this over the top. But I would like to add 5-point harness swings. That's for the children that just have no mobility whatsoever. We have none. You know, the schools has got a couple. And I don't want to add to Critterville because it's already like compact. And I would like this to be their own little, I don't know, something that's theirs, you know, for the special needs kids, the handicapped, you know, the seniors. But the outside sensory toys, I don't know if y'all have seen those or know what they are, but it's just like the giant tic-tac-toe boards. It's little things they can come up and play with. And like I said, we've got sponsors. If I get the approval, I can't fill out a grant till I kind of get the approval. And God's Rock Stars, that's what we are, is God's Rock Stars. It's nonprofit. We'll totally get behind it with as many grants as we can. I'd even like to make a walking area there. Last one, it's nothing to do with building another baseball field, I promise you. But I don't know if y'all have ever been to Kingsport, but my daughter plays down there. And they got what you call the Field of Dreams. It's for special need kids only. Actually, they do have kickball tournaments, things like that, but it is a enclosed, maybe 100-foot fence with AstroTurf in the middle of it. We already have a field at Lake Park, but it's got sand and big rocks in it. I actually maintain that during the summer. I don't know if people knows that, but I go down and maintain that. And I would like to get that sand and that rock off. I've actually got 200 foot. I don't want to put a 200 foot. I'd like to put 100 foot for the special needs kids. A brand new fence sitting in my house right now. It's been donated by Lowe's to build gates. I mean the works, to protect them from the road, everything. I'd eventually like to put some AstroTurf in that infield to make it soft for the kids. That way when they go out there and play, it's very safe for them, things like that. But I really think with all the connections that I have, and with God's Rock Stars, and with the backing, and Appalachian Agency still wants to be a part of it. They want to partner, but they want me to head it. I just wanted to throw that out there, Hutchins. You know, because I know you guys wasn't a part of that. You may have heard about it, but it was approved. And I know we'll have to go get it approved and redo all that, but I just wanted you guys thinking about it, okay? That's all I wanted to come for tonight.
Thank you, Rocky.
And one more thing, B&B, if you know any seniors, any widows, any veterans, anybody just down on their luck struggling, we have partnered with B&B and we get 10 to 15 meals a night and deliver. So if you know of anybody in this town, please message me with a name and an address. Because right now we're just rolling people back and forth. We have over 20 right now, but I'd like to get a lot more to where we can really help our town. You know, it's a big need and we've got the access and we can do it. So get the word out on that. And I sure appreciate the time.
Thank you,
Thank
Rocky.
y'all.
Thank you very much. Okay, do we have any unscheduled public comments? Was there a sign-up sheet out there, guys? Okay. Is there anyone present who would like to speak to the council? Okay. There being no one present, we will move on to the agenda items, Roman numeral 8. And we added to the agenda a closed session. So I will ask for a motion to go into closed session for Virginia Code 2.2-371A11A1 personnel.
I'll make the motion.
All right, Laura makes the motion to go into executive session per this Virginia Code number. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jan seconds. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, I would ask for a roll call vote. Please, thank you, Becca.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. We will now go into the conference room and take care of our business there. Thank you. We're waiting till all the members of council are back. I believe that Gary needed to be excused. He'll be back. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, that's great.
Thank you very much, Becca.
Thank you.
I heard you.
Is everyone present? Okay. Council is now back in session. I will ask for a motion to come back into executive session, then from executive session back into our regular council meeting. After that, I will ask that everyone certify in a separate motion that we've discussed nothing other than the business we were supposed to discuss. So the first motion I will entertain is to come back into regular session.
I'll make the motion that we come back into regular session.
Thank you, Rick. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, we have Laura makes the second. Is there any discussion on this motion? Okay, there being no discussion, I will ask for a roll call vote. Thank you, Becca.
Yes.
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 The motion carries unanimously. Now, I will ask for a motion to certify that the council members, nor the mayor or anyone else, has discussed anything other than what was under personnel, Virginia Code 2.2-3711A1.
I'll make that motion.
There is a motion, and will you please certify individually when you vote? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any discussion? When you vote, you are saying that you discussed nothing other than what we're supposed to have talked about. Roll call vote.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries and it is certified. Thank you. Okay, now we're into appointments and selections. The town manager appointment. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make the motion to terminate the contract of the town manager effective immediately and including a severance payment of $19,459.37.
Thank you. Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second that motion.
All right, the motion is seconded. Is there any discussion on this motion? There being no discussion, I would ask for a roll call vote, please.
Yes. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-2. Okay. Let's declare a 15-minute recess. Thank you. 15 minutes. So we will come back at, let's say, 8. Mike, you ready? Just a second.
It's $7 and something.
And it all started after a stimulus
Yeah.
came out.
Oh, yeah. All they do is give it away now.
This meeting of the Richlands Town Council will come back into session. Thank you for the a break. Before us, we have the town clerk appointment. I would ask that we move this appointment to February. Okay? And we'll take care of that. Next, we have the town attorney appointment. Is there a motion to appoint the town, to appoint or reappoint the town attorney?
I'll make that motion to reappoint the town attorney.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I second.
Jan makes a second. Is there any discussion? There being no
Mayor,
discussion? Yes.
Of course, the current town attorney is the law firm of Gillespie Hart.
Right.
We would need to be sure to put that in the motion in the minutes to reappoint the firm of Gillespie Hart. Is that right?
Mayor Curry, I believe that we need to be specific and appoint Michael Thomas as the town attorney.
Okay, we can do that.
Right,
He
we're
works
supposed to
for
do that.
the firm of, do you want that in there, Mike? You're the man.
Well, the firm name now is Gillespie Hart, Pyatt, Thomas, and Hunter.
Would you write that down and give that to the clerk?
Yeah.
Please?
And Mr. Thomas, are we okay just to appoint you as the town attorney? We don't have to mention the firm.
if that's what you all decide to do.
Yeah.
That's what we just done. I would like to rephrase my
Motion.
Call, we have a
Motion.
motion and a second on the floor. We need to withdraw the motion.
I'll withdraw my motion.
Second? Withdraw?
I withdraw my second.
Okay, now, we're good. Go
I'd
ahead.
like to rephrase it as Michael Thomas to be appointed as our town attorney.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a second. Any discussion? Okay. Roll call vote, please, Becca.
Yes.
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 Okay, thank you. Motion carries. Next, we have the selection of a vice mayor. The selection of the vice mayor should be, the vice mayor is elected from a member of the council. Is there someone who would like to make a nomination for the vice mayor?
Mayor Curry, I'd like to make a motion that we have Jan White as our vice mayor.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor for Jan White to be the vice mayor. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to appoint Jan White as the vice mayor. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I would ask for a roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 The motion carries. Thank you, Jan. Congratulations. All right, next we have, we're under Roman numeral 8, lowercase 5. ID currently has, the IDA currently has 3 vacant seats. What is council's wish?
I think we need to hold off on these vacant seats for right now. If you need that in the form of a motion, I'd be happy to make it.
I think we should have it in the form of a motion.
I'll make that motion that we table this agenda item for a later date.
A second.
All right, there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? This is the time for discussion.
Are they still gonna have a quorum to like vote on things if we, like, how many do they have right now?
They have 4 right now.
Okay, so we're not gonna impede any voting by not appointing them, right? Okay.
There's 7 to be on IDA,
Yes.
and there's 4. Currently, right there, 4 members are a quorum. So, of course, they would have to have all 4 there.
Okay, I think they had names that they had given to present, right? Well, I guess not now. Okay, I'm fine with holding off.
Okay. Well, you're open to discussion. That's absolutely fair.
Yeah.
All right, so is there any further discussion on this motion to table the selection of members of the IDA?
In that motion, should you have something like put in applicants or what?
I think all of our appointments tonight for these committees should be advertised and accept
Right.
applications so that every citizen in town has the same opportunity and chance to let us know that they want to be considered.
Okay.
Would you want that
The
part of your motion?
Motion, go ahead, Doug. But I think the motion is right now just to table
Okay,
it.
okay.
Can we just hang in there? All right, so is there any other, thank you, is there any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please, Becca.
Yes.
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 The motion carries. Thank you. Now we have the Planning Commission, which currently has 2 vacant seats, and 1 is the Council Representative. Let me mention this. I have thought about council representatives to several things, and I will ask Gary, would you consider being the council representative to the Planning Commission? It meets on the first Tuesday of every month at 7:30 here at the Town Hall.
I got a pretty big plate right now. How much work is involved?
It depends on the load. Sometimes it's very little and sometimes it's a lot. It really depends. What you are, so to explain it, you are a voting member of the Planning Commission, but you carry the direction of the council to the commission and the direction of the commission back to the council. You're a representative. And having served on the Planning Commission for quite a while, it was the one thing I didn't want to give up when I became mayor. But I had to, because I enjoyed it more than anything else. I learned a lot. That's all I can tell you. Or as much as anything else. Let me qualify that. Do you want to think about that, Gary? We can come back.
If I can.
Yes, I'll think about that. Or let's consider that. Now, as far as the other seat, is there someone who wants to appoint someone to this, or do you want to advertise, council?
I think we need to advertise.
Advertise, is this the consensus?
I think we just need to put it off.
All right. So, Gary, just hold on to that till the end of the meeting, because I have to appoint someone who's representing the council to these various commissions. Next, we have the Recreation Commission, sorry, it's not a committee, it's a commission. To explain that, in the charter, it says there shall be a planning commission, and there may be a rec commission. And those are operative words, and we've always had a rec commission. So, the rec commission currently has 1 vacant position for a council representative, and I spoke with Jordan and asked him if he would be willing to serve as council's representative to the Recreation Commission. Jordan, is that still your desire?
Yes, I think that would be awesome.
All right. I don't know that we need to vote on that, but I think a motion is in order. So I will ask for a motion to appoint Jordan as our representative.
I'll make the motion to appoint Jordan as the Recreation Commission council appointment.
Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And Jan seconds. Is there any discussion? There being no discussion, Rebecca, I would ask for a roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 The motion is unanimous and it carries. Thank you. Congratulations, Jordan. Okay. Okay, executive assistant position. There is, in your packet, there is a pretty explicit description of this. If I can find it. Do you guys have any thoughts on this? Any member of council? Do you want to consider this, or do you want to table it to the next meeting? Your council's will.
Do you need this in a form of a motion?
I think we do.
I make the motion that we table this till a later date.
I'll second it.
All right, there's a motion and a second to table the executive assistant position until a later date. That's how the motion was. Is there any discussion?
I'm not sure who selected this job title, but I don't know if it's representative of the duties on this page. I did some research on this when we got our packets, and a lot of economic developer positions came up in relation to this. I'm not saying it has to be that, but in terms of executive assistant, I think we're asking for a lot and trying to pay a little. I do not agree with this title.
Jordan, I will add my thoughts to it. I've read the description, and I don't know that the description matches the title, nor can anyone do all this. Okay.
I agree.
So,
the same thing.
did we had, well, I forgot, was there a motion on the floor for this to table it? Okay, there's a motion. All right, is there, and we have a second, who made the motion? Rick?
I made the motion.
Not
Jan
second.
seconded, okay, to clarify, thank you. All right, so no further discussion. Roll call vote, please, Becca.
Yes.
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 Thank you, the motion carries. Okay, so that's tabled. Appalachian Voices, yes, sir. That's okay. Appalachian Voices, Emma Kelly, I think, had to leave. I don't have her contact information. Oh, great. So if you'll share that with me, I will call her and ask her to come back. Okay, I want to hear it. Thank you, Becca. Where does she live? In Norton. Oh, my God, I was born there. Thank you. Thank you. I was born in Norton. Did I misspeak it? No. Okay. All right, so we have C, RFP discussion and contract negotiation. You're fine. All right, that would include water treatment plant, high service pump rebid. And so the forensic audit discussion. Let's talk about the water treatment plant, high service pump rebid. I think this is one, correct me if I'm wrong, please. This was a topic that we had an opportunity for a grant, I think, and we delayed this opportunity. Does that ring true with you, Heather?
Well, not exactly.
Okay.
You could use, instead of doing it separately, the idea was that you could put it all together and get some of the funding sources available. Or do, since we only got the one bid, is that something that we're gonna put back out? Or rebid, or? Actually, we got no bids on that one.
I'm trying to think, did we get any bids on
No,
that?
it was zero.
Okay.
But there was a lot of things on there at that time, it was right before the holidays too, so.
Okay, I know, we didn't get any offers on this
No,
at all.
zero.
All right. What is council's desire here, or questions? Anyone?
I think we need to re-advertise it, rebid it, see what we get now.
Okay, okay. Is there a motion of the council? Heather, are you following what the council's wanting to rebid it? Is there a motion of the council to rebid this water treatment plant high service pump?
I'll make the motion to rebid the high service pump for the water plant to be put out for rebid.
Okay, thank you, Rick. Is there a second?
A second.
And Gary seconds the motion. All right, and is there any discussion? There being no discussion, I will ask a roll call vote, Becca.
Yes.
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 Motion carries. So Heather, thank you very much for taking care of that. Thank you. All right, next, forensic audit discussion, contract negotiation. Mike, this is contract negotiation. Your suggestions on how to handle this, please.
I'm not for sure if, are they planning on being?
They were, yeah.
We had some offers, didn't we? Or-
Yeah, well, I thought we were gonna interview the one.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, and I believe it's set up through Zoom.
Yeah, it is in here.
Are they going to be with us tonight, do you think?
Yeah, they're halfway.
Okay,
And that would be, it wouldn't be VAGS, it's just VA, Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A6.
Take off the GS? All right. We need to go into executive session for that, won't we? I'm looking at the time. Let's go ahead and do this and follow the agenda. Can we go into executive session now? Are they ready for us, Heather?
Yeah, we'll have to see, because we told them that it was, we were running behind.
Oh, okay. And maybe we can go in here, Frank, or we can do it out here and ask people to leave, whatever's easiest for you. Okay, we'll do that, whatever's easiest. We'll just stay on track. Okay. Thanks for the water. Okay. Should we vote to go in executive session? Okay, is there a motion to go into executive session for contract negotiations for forensic audit discussion, Virginia Code 2.2-3711A6?
I'll make that motion.
Laura makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Jan makes the second. Is there any discussion? Being no discussion, I will ask a roll call vote, Becca.
Yes.
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 Thank you. Motion carries. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
them dates?
It's the first Tuesday of every month at 7:30. I should have asked you before, Gary, and I didn't. I was overwhelmed with things, and so I just thought you'd be someone really good at that. It's a huge education in West Virginia. Here, let me do the proper thing. Pass the ball.
You want one too? Sure. You want one too?
Yeah, I'll take one. Thank you, sir.
Everybody ready? This meeting of the Richlands Town Council is now back in session. I will call for a motion to return to open session, please.
I'll make
Followed by
the
a motion to certify. Is there a motion to return to open session?
I'll make that motion.
Barb makes the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, please, Becca.
Yes.
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 Motion carries. Now we need a motion to certify that nothing was discussed other than what was in Virginia Code 2.2-3711A6, contract negotiations for forensic audit discussion. Is there a motion to certify?
I'll make that motion.
Laura makes the motion. Is there a second?
I second.
Gary seconds. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 The motion carries unanimously. Is there any action that council wants to take at this time?
I'd like to make a motion that we direct direct town administration to move forward with UHY advisors for a forensic audit.
I'll second.
There's a motion on the floor by Laura and seconded by Jan. Move forward with the UHI forensic audit. Is there any discussion?
Contingent the contract.
Contingent upon.
Well,
Okay.
I'm good with that.
Are we clear on the motion, everybody? Okay. Any discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Yes.
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 Motion carried. Thank you, council. And thank you, administration and attorney. Okay, next is Roman numeral 8, item D, Public Safety Committee update. Laura?
The Public Safety Committee met in December, and there was a lot of good news that came out of it. The police department right now is at 0 scheduled overtime, which is a huge savings to the town. That money's been able to be utilized in better capacities in the police department. The fire department still is in need of a person during the day. That's something we can't ignore when we go into this budget session. Really needs to be dealt with. EMS has been getting a lot of grants, and with one of those grants, they have utilized that to get 4 new vehicle repeaters, which is pretty big for them, and public safety's on the rise here.
Thank you, Laura. Okay, town hall use, internal policy, I would like to suggest if council will allow that we move this to our next meeting. Is council acceptable to that?
Yes.
Okay. So we will move the town hall use internal policy to our February meeting. All right, next, or I skipped one, sorry. Executive assistant position. Let's go back. That's Roman numeral 8E. I suggest that we table this to a later date.
There's already been a vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. That's right, thank you. All right, Roman numeral 8G, 3150 Clinch Street, rezoning, first reading. Okay.
You skipped one, I believe.
Let me pull it up here. It's 2201. We found it. Okay. This is for land usage.
You did away with it.
Mike, am I looking at the right ordinance number 02-023-01-01-0101? Okay. So shall we go for the first reading? Are you okay with that? Yes. All right, here we go. I'll just read this. Ordinance number 2023-0101, amendment to existing ordinance, Title 15, Land Usage, Chapter 154, Zoning, Town of Richlands zoning map. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following changes to the Town of Richlands zoning map pursuant to Code 154.015B and 154.205 of the Code of Town of Richlands, Virginia, in order to reclassify the zoning designations of certain parcels of real property located within the town as identified below, and to reconfigure the Town of Richlands zoning map accordingly. Tax map parcel numbers 105A3A0021, reclassify from industrial general district, industrial, let me read that right, industrial general district, M1 to business general district, B3.
And Mayor,
I think that worded oddly.
not business general, this is gonna be business expanded, which is B3.
So this is not correct
Well, we would just need to change the word general to expanded,
in both instances?
just from business, because that's industrial general is what it currently is. And the word district should just come out.
Is the word general in there?
Industrial general is what it's called, right?
In the code
In
section?
the Richlands code.
Okay. So M1 to business expansion, expanded, business comma expanded,
Yes.
comma. Please make that correction so we'll know what we're voting on. All right, so let me read that part again, sorry. Reclassify from industrial, comma, general, comma, district M1 to business, comma, expanded, comma, district B3. Is that right? Okay. All of the designations as indicated on the zoning map of the town of Richlands remain unchanged. Okay. This is a first reading. So Mike, do you want a motion for the first reading?
I don't think you have to have a motion to show that it was the first reading.
Okay. It is a first reading, said and done, and we'll act on this in February.
Yes, that's how ordinances will work unless it passes, or if you waive the second reading. You can waive the second reading and then it still wouldn't take into effect until 30 days after today's date. Then of course, if you wanted to, you can pass it as an emergency measure, but I don't think there's any rush in this.
My view is not, but I would defer to council. Council, do you want to let this stand as the first reading, and we can have a second reading and a vote in the February meeting?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Okay, the consensus is move forward. Okay, next, we have rooftop solar zoning ordinance amendment first reading. Okay. Now, we have before us Title 15 Land Usage, Chapter 154 Zoning. Would council like me to read this, or does someone want to read it for a first reading?
I can read it.
Okay, Jordan, please do.
All right. Ordinance number 2023-0102, amendment to existing ordinance, Title 15, Land Usage, Chapter 154, Zoning, Section 154.031, Use Regulations, Section 154.051, Use Regulations, Section 154.071, Use Regulations, Section 154.8081, Use Regulations, Section 154.091, Use Regulations, Section 154.110, Use Regulations, Section 154.131, Use Regulations. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following amendments to Sections 154.031, 154.051, 154.071, 154.081, 154.091, 154.110, and 154.131 of the Town of Richlands, Virginia Code of Ordinances in order to add to the list of permitted uses allowable in each of the 7 districts enumerated in Town Code Section 154.015. Section 154.031, Use Regulations amended. G, installation of rooftop solar panels with conditional use permit. All other uses identified in this section remain unchanged. 154.051, Use Regulations amended. Installation of rooftop solar panels with conditional use permit. All other uses identified in this section remain unchanged. 154.071, Use Regulations amended. Installation of rooftop solar panels with conditional use permit. All other uses identified in this section remain unchanged. 154.081, Use Regulations amended. Installation of rooftop solar panels with conditional use permit. All other uses identified in this section remain unchanged. 154.091, Use Regulations. Installation of rooftop solar panels with conditional use permit. All other uses identified in this section remain unchanged. 154.110 USE, amended. In Agricultural District A1, structures to be erected or land to be used shall be for one or more of the following uses: installation of rooftop solar panels with conditional use permit as required under Section 154.167. All other uses identified in this section remain unchanged. 154.131 USE, amended. The following uses will be permitted subject to the regulation of this chapter: A, agricultural; B, installation of rooftop solar panels with conditional use permit. All other uses identified in this section remain unchanged.
Thank you, Jordan.
Of course.
This is the first reading of ordinance 1-10-2023. The first reading has been achieved. Does council want to move forward right now, or wait and have the second reading in February? Second reading in February. Thank you. All right.
Point this out to council. This is to include in every one of the current districts. If that would be council's desire to say we only want it in business districts, or we only want it in residential districts, you all may want to let us know that. That way we can amend this ordinance to include just that. Right now, we've got it in every single one of the districts.
So this is rooftop solar in all districts?
All 7
Yes.
districts that Richlands currently has.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so the consensus is let's take this up on the second reading in February. Okay. All right, next, utility due date ordinance amendments, first reading. Okay, this is 03, I think.
Just to give council a background on this, I know the past couple of months that there was a presentation on council to delay the disconnection of somebody who hadn't paid their water bill. It was, I think, as it currently is, it's like the 20th of the month, and the 16th, somewhere around there. While drafting that ordinance, there was a second ordinance that came up. It's basically the same thing. There's one that's a discontinuance of service, and there's one that's a disconnection of service. So I went ahead and had both of them amended for council's benefit, since I was directed to make it to the last day of the month. So that's what I did for both of those. Of course, that's council's decision on whether to move forward on that, but that's what I was directed to do, so that's how I drafted those.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, so I will switch around, and who would, Jan or Laura, would either one of you ladies like to read ordinance number 02-020-2023-0103? Laura, would you do it? Thank you.
I'll do it. Ordinance number 2023-01, amendment to existing ordinance. Title V, Public Works, Chapter 50, Utility Schedules and Riders, disconnection for late payment. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following change to the Code of the Town of Richlands pursuant to Code 50.15.2 of the Richlands Town Code to redefine the date in which disconnection of water from the Richlands Town water system will occur for non-payment. 50.15, disconnection for late payment. A, this section remains unchanged. 1, this section remains unchanged. 2, that if any bill is not paid by or before that date, a second bill will be mailed containing a cutoff notice that if the bill is not paid by the last day of the month, service will be disconnected for non-payment. And 3, this section remains unchanged. B, this section remains unchanged. C, this section remains unchanged.
Okay, this is the first reading of the ordinance 2023-0103. Would council like to have the second reading and action in February? Okay. Next, we have, Jan?
You know, this is cold weather, and people may get
Colt,
cut off.
you want to go ahead and act on it?
Whatever you all want to do.
What is the will of the council?
I
Shall we act
agree
on
with
it?
Jan.
Okay.
I actually looked at my bill and it's already moved.
Mike?
Yeah, so I don't
I'm
know.
sorry.
This is kind of just a, I believe he said last time
Yeah.
was just a
Can we go ahead and
formality
dispense, have a
essentially.
motion to dispense with the second reading and enact it as an emergency measure?
You could, at this point, I believe, Heather
We don't
said
do that.
that they're not just,
We're not doing it anyway.
Okay,
Yeah, it's already up.
We're not, this is more so to make it,
legal.
yes.
yeah, so, I mean, I don't know if you wanna have it as a policy at this point that the administration isn't doing that, and then leave the ordinance the same way, where if you ever do wanna change it, of course, you gotta go through this whole process again. So I don't know if you wanna do it as like a latitude to administration as a directive to say, hey, don't do this, or do you wanna actually change the code as it is right now? So,
I think we want to change it, but I think, since they're not doing it, I think we can just go ahead with, like we've done with the rest of them, and this be the first reading, and next month it'll come in.
And have February as the
Yes.
second reading?
I'm fine.
Jan, what is your think? Okay, so we will have a second reading and a vote in February. Council is amenable to that? Thank you. All right, next we have another ordinance here. Ordinance 2023-0104, Title V Public Works, Water and Electrical Systems. Anybody want to read this? Open. Okay, I'll read it. Ordinance number 2023-0104, amendment to existing ordinance, Title V, Public Works, Chapter 53, Water and Electrical Systems. Be it ordained by the Council of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, that it hereby enacts the following change to the Code of the Town of Richlands, Virginia, pursuant to Section 15.2-2109 of the Virginia Code 2.3 of the Richlands Town Charter and Section 53.02 of the Richlands Town Code to redefine the date in which discontinuance of service for water for the Richlands Town water system will occur for non-payment. Section 53.02, mailing and payment of bills, discontinuance. I just saw that. Will you fix it when, thank you. Discontinuance of service consequent upon failure to pay. Bills for water service and electrical service shall be mailed out on or about the first of each month. Customers whose bills have not been paid by the 16th day of each month shall be deemed delinquent at that time, and 5% penalty added, and a notice mailed to them noting the amount of the account, including the penalty. Then, if payment has not been made by the last day of the month, or if the last day of the month is a weekend or holiday, then the next business day following the last day of the month, or some arrangement made to have the account carried over to the following month and service continued, the service shall be discontinued until such time as the account has been paid in full, plus a reconnection fee of an amount set by council from time to time. If a customer for any cause has one or more previous month's bills not paid, he or she shall not be permitted to pay a current bill before the 16th day of the month in order to avoid the penalty for the current month, and not at the same time pay for all previous months to which penalties have been added, but the amount paid should be applied to the portion of the account to which a penalty has been added. That is the first reading. Would council like to have the second reading in February and vote on it at that time? Any differences of opinion? We will take that up in February. All right, next. This is item J, under Roman numeral 8. Okay. Resolution, interconnection requirements. This is the resolution, which it was here on the table tonight. So this is quite lengthy. Yes.
as it is, the resolution has an attachment of the exhibit, so we don't think that you would have to read the exhibit, but I would encourage council, if you haven't looked at that, to look over that. And if you would want to, push that off if you haven't, but that's something that, the resolution is pretty short.
That the attachments are lengthy. Yeah. Mike, or council, here's a suggestion, but obviously it's the will of the council. I can read the resolution, But I think before we do any voting, we need, this was just on my desk this afternoon when I got here. So I haven't read it at all, to be honest. Has anybody else had a chance to read this?
May have been included in the December.
I have read through it.
Okay,
but I was
go ahead.
on case.
Go ahead, Jordan.
And I've read through it, just for full disclosure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I think it was included in the December one, but then again, that's council's desire, whether you can pass that or not.
Well, some of these people weren't here in December, so that's a consideration. But how about this? I can read the resolution, and then we'll take it up in February. Does that sound reasonable, guys? Because I think we really do need to read this, because haven't seen it.
But you're just
I
gonna
don't
read
recall it.
the resolution.
No, I'm not gonna read all that, no.
Is that the first reading, or?
It's just a reading. It doesn't really call for a first reading,
okay.
but I don't really think we should vote on it until we see this. But that's just my opinion,
Oh,
Jordan.
I agree 100%.
Okay. Is council agreeing to that? Why don't we wait for the first reading and have it all together in February?
We won't have to have two different.
Yeah.
releases.
Let's read this in February, and I promise I'll keep it in my packet. Thank you. Okay. So all that's important. I've got it stacked here. All right. Let's see here. Now we have additions to the agenda. We have events committee discussion. Laura?
Richlands used to have an events committee. We haven't had one for a few years. And I get comments all the time about how we just don't have things like other towns. There are people who are interested in serving on an events committee. I think the last time we really had one was when Councilwoman White was organizing the Freedom Festivals, which were, people still talk about how incredible they were. So I am asking you to form an events committee tonight, and let's start giving the citizens in Richlands something to do again.
Okay. Any other comments on an events committee? Anyone? Speak your mind, please.
I think it's a great idea.
Okay. I am happy to do that. I am glad to do that, and I would like to do that in February so I have time to think how to do it. And should we advertise for this?
Yes.
Yeah. So before I do any appointing, I think we will put this under the advertising pieces that we're going to be doing.
Yes, please.
All right, next, pop-up.
I have a question. When you say advertise, like, what exactly are you doing?
To solicit people publicly in print or on the, on our website or Facebook, that
With
they're
the-
invited to participate.
Not a newspaper ad like you do for.
Yeah, just.
Yeah, just
with
on the Facebook page or something.
With the committees.
Public asset channel.
Yeah, with the committees, just do Facebook, what you can. Yeah, town website's a good one. Pop-up, there has been, I have fielded a lot of complaints about Pop-up Richlands from participants and recipients. And I think it's kind of a little bit off track from what it was intended for. I think it was a good idea, but has not been executed the way it probably should be. Some people now are having some trouble getting some money, and given our circumstances tonight, I'm wondering if it would be easier for us to go ahead and just write the checks to the winners and hold off on any more pop-up activity until we get things settled in our town administration and get a full IDA, and council will be able to get kind of more of a grip on that. But like I said, there's still 3 winners who are going through the process of their checks. The money's there, so I'm looking for ideas of what you guys think and how to proceed. And that way we're not dragging it out anymore, making it more difficult, just maybe write them the checks and,
Could you maybe return the money back to the budget that,
well, the money that was there, we gave part of it from ARPA. I wasn't on the council when that happened, but then the other money that's in there was given solicited donations elsewhere. So I'm not opposed to keeping the money that's in there after we write these $5,000 checks to the 3 current winners. I mean, I don't have a problem with keeping that money in there and maybe revisiting this in the fall to have another class once we establish some more guidelines with it. I'm also not opposed to, I mean, I don't know how, at this point, how you would divvy up the donations because some of that money's already been spent.
I
But
think there was some grant money involved. Jordan, you have been involved, is that right?
There was. Several, I think the Thompson Foundation perhaps gave money to it. So I will say it's not as simple as just giving them 5,000. They have to prove that they've spent the 5,000. So that's like the big caveat of the whole thing.
Yeah, and I get that, but then there have been situations, because the rules say rent and utilities only. There have been $5,000 given to one person that some of it was rent, some of it was supplies in the establishment. One person got an exception where another one didn't. So I think at this point, because the rules haven't been.
I've kept track of all of that on the IDA. I don't like, for supplies, we're pretty like hard-nosed about it.
I wasn't there for the discussion of it. I just know the check was written for the supplies.
Uh-huh.
So at this point, because to me, and I mean, like I said, that's why I'm bringing it to you guys, because the rules have been enforced sometimes, haven't been enforced others. I think to me, if I were a winner and I didn't get an exception made for me and I saw someone else, I would, and I know some of them have come to me and have been upset about why rules are enforced on them and not other people. So I think probably just to make it easier, call it a day.
Will we still know how the money was spent for the business?
I mean, you could, I mean, you
That
could
was the
say
purpose,
that
the money would be spent for.
on the business,
for the
yeah.
business to operate.
But, I mean, there have been things that aren't necessarily in the rules that are covered that
Right.
have gotten checks. So, I mean, if we keep it up the way that it is right now, and I don't know if you fielded any complaints about it, but it's rough for me to hear business owners struggling because the IDA is not meeting, or they don't have a quorum, or some people get an exception and this person doesn't. So I'm open to, I'm open to writing the checks. I'm also open to, I hope that they stay in touch with their mentor, their business partner, if we were to write that check, but I think I don't want to make it any more difficult, and I don't think you guys do either. I don't think anybody wants to make it difficult for these people to get what they won. So, I mean, I'm good with writing the checks and hoping that they stay in touch with the mentor and continue to grow their business in Richlands, and then let's get a grip on the enforcement of the rules, maybe in the fall time, once things are kind of settled down in administration.
We should consider consulting the SBA as well. They are helping with it as well. So probably need to bring them into the loop before we just cut those checks.
I mean, they can still talk to them, right? Because
Of
it's
course.
us who's going through the money.
Well, it's the grants, but yeah, we're
Yeah.
administrating. And I mean, I've also fielded, you fielded complaints, I've fielded complaints as well. I've heard good things too. I've went the extra mile anytime a pop-up winner has asked me. That's all I can say. I've went and visited all these people, not all of them. Most anybody's reached out to me. I've hunted people down to sign checks or get reimbursements. I've done my part. I was at every pop-up meet. Everybody seemed to enjoy it. Everybody seemed to learn a lot. I don't want to see this go away. And I feel like if we cut these checks, it's essentially saying, hey, it's probably not going to come back because we don't have time as it is. If we
I mean,
need to
we've
meet with
still got
IDA
the
and coordinate,
money. We've still got the money in there, even if we do cut the checks. We're still gonna, if that's what everybody decides, we're still gonna have that money in there to do maybe a fall session and see where it goes from there. I feel like, and in the complaints that I fielded, everybody has said, really, you were the only one that was helping them in it. So I get what you're saying, but
I'm just afraid the
it's-
donors won't give if we go ahead and cut these checks, they gave us money under the premise that, hey, we're only gonna reimburse rent and utilities.
And we've already broken that promise.
You're gonna have, maybe we can discuss later, but I don't
Yeah.
think we have.
I mean, I'm not gonna call it out,
Yeah.
you know, I'm not trying to single any business
Of course,
out.
of course.
But
We
we
can redact
have
that.
written checks for supplies.
Uh-huh.
There is a check that needs to be, well, is requesting or about to request
Uh-huh.
reimbursement for, building repairs.
Okay.
And they need help.
Uh-huh.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I mean,
I know you're
people
talking
are,
about. Yeah.
people are struggling, and, it's like, I guess the time has not, on the town of Richlands' part, has not been really invested in making sure this is done fairly and equally across the board. So that's where I'm coming from. Going forward, I don't want any more people to have,
Absolutely.
you know, to be treated unfairly. I
Yep.
think if we do kind of put it on hold until fall, we're able to say, to take a step back and to say, you know, when we get an IDA who's focused on stuff like this, and I would like to see our IDA become an IEDA with economic development
I've
anyway.
explored that as well.
And,
So I'm with you to reevaluate. I agree. It needs to be reevaluated. I'm very hesitant to cut those checks, just straight, because I don't want to bother the donors. Like, it was hard to get funding to begin with. I'm all for revisiting, reevaluating, but I would have to push back on the cutting, giving people $5,000 lump sum, because they might not spend it on rent. And that's what
How
we
many,
said.
I have a question. How many participants who, one, have not received their $5,000
Fully or partially?
in any capacity, any
Three.
level?
3 are left that
Who've
haven't
not received
all of it.
all of it?
Yep.
Part of it, but not all of it?
2 have received part, 1 has yet to do a drawdown. So
Okay.
owed all
Have they
5,000.
submitted for that? However that
They've
works.
gotten contacted with us and asked for an exemption. They have gotten in contact and said, hey, we didn't get moved in, it's out of our control.
Okay.
So that, she has not done a drawdown, and then the other 2 are in the process. These are our past 2 winners from this.
It's the most recent session.
Jordan, I got a question. You
Yes.
said she what? They got with you and asked for what?
An exemption. Well, they went to the IDA and asked.
and that was one of the things that someone had mentioned to me that was unfair, because in the contract that was signed, it says if it's not done in this amount of days, that money is forfeited. But one person got an extension, someone else didn't. So at this point, I mean, we could even say to the 2 who haven't implemented, because how long are we gonna draw this
Well,
out,
we
you know
can
what I
cut it
mean?
if council
I
decides
mean,
that.
if it's, what happens if 4 months goes by and it's still another extension? I just don't wanna see it
Well, let's
continue to get
Let's
dragged down.
enforce it then. Let's cut that. Still no drawdown has come, but I don't want to see the program go away.
I don't wanna see
Yeah.
it go away either. I don't think any of us do. I
Yeah.
just think it needs to, maybe when it was done, it was maybe rushed a little too,
I
too
can agree with that.
quickly. So,
If I meet with the IDA and try to get things, if I meet with them, get their input on it, can I bring it back to council in February? Everybody all right with that? See if we can revamp it if I go meet with IDA this month?
Revamp the program?
Pop up, yes. Because they're the ones who run it. If they don't want to run it, I agree. None of us have the capacity to do it.
Well, I'm trying to think, Jordan. I don't know. Let me just think about that for a minute. If you're looking to me for
I'm looking for
counsel.
all council.
Right.
Yeah.
I get both points. When money's involved,
Yeah.
it's a real difficult thing
Mhm.
when someone feels unfairly treated.
Yes.
On the other hand, we don't want to just give it away, say it's okay, but is it possible, I'm just throwing this out to everyone, to have a quote, fresh start? Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
And absolutely, you can talk anyone you want to about revamping the program,
Mhm.
but I'm just thinking, fresh start. I may be wrong, but what are your thoughts, guys?
Yeah. Please share.
But we've got 3 hanging out here, and it's hard to get a fresh start with 3 I don't
So
understand.
you'll have to let them close out.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about,
There's
fresh start.
2 winners from this past go-around. They are actively submitting receipts. We have 1 lingering from the last go-around who has done no drawdowns at all.
And when is the date on that? Like, how long are we gonna let that hang in the balance here?
John was handling discussions with her. It was not the IDA, like, completely. He would bring it to us when we say, hey, okay. But I haven't spoken to her November-ish, would be what I would say.
I think one thing might be helpful too, because I was on the IDA, but I don't ever remember anybody saying specifically the things that you could be reimbursed for.
Yeah.
We just simply took whatever John signed off on.
Yeah, and so a lot of things became clear as I went to the classes, and I read through all the manuals and sat through all the fun-filled classes. Did learn a lot, but also learned a lot about the actual program. There's a lot of crossing your T's, dotting your I's. It's very similar if anybody's done the VCTA grant. We probably need to mimic that more in our structure of it and put more restrictions on it. But it's not easy money, and that was the goal to start with. You have to have guardrails.
And I think you need to school the IDA, so to speak.
Sure.
To question
Sure.
those reimbursements. And we did,
Yeah.
we questioned
Yeah.
some of them.
I think we need to follow the rules.
Yeah.
And we've got 2 in place right now,
Yep.
if I'm reading this right. We follow the rules and stay and revisit the whole thing, because it sounds like we don't have no control of it. So at that point, I'll make a motion that we do that right there.
Then we do what?
That we revisit the whole thing. We've got 2 that we're supposed to be paying.
Reimbursing
30.
as they turn in expenses.
Well, we need to
Well-
follow the rules.
Yeah.
It's the first thing. We
Yep.
can't step out of bounds and jump back in somewhere
Okay.
else.
So what do
Fair.
we do about the third, who they've told this person they've got an extension, but there's no deadline on it? Are we gonna say 30 days, get it done, and,
30 days, have it done.
or that, I
Is
mean,
that
that's
fair
fine.
enough?
I think that's
We give
fair.
somebody extension we wasn't supposed to. 30 days,
It's hard when you have one group, the IDA, saying one thing and council's feeling another.
Yep.
It's this conflict, not of people, but of the way we do things. And so I think for clarity, I think if these people have been told they've given an extension, we have to stand behind the IDA for that. But we don't have to stand forever.
Fair.
So what I think for the town, our name is on the table.
Yep.
Years from now, they won't remember the IDA, they remember the town of Richlands. And I think for that importance, and I agree with you about the money, and I understand where you're going, but if you tell somebody something, you back up on it, you're gonna be a bad person. And I think we need to stand behind them for 30 days, by the next council meeting. Here's a suggestion, council, but the February meeting, they need to have met the requirements, given the money, or that's it.
Yep.
I would
I
agree
think
with
that's
that.
fair.
Do you
I think
what do
they
you
need to
think,
be
guys?
properly notified.
Yes,
Yes.
and they need to be, so Jordan, you're connected, you know who
Sure.
these people are, will you
I do.
notify them in writing?
So one person, we're cutting off the 5, the person who won the first round, who hasn't drawn any, that's what we're cutting off, right?
The first round
That
last
got the
year?
extension. We're saying 30 days.
About
are done.
30 days.
30 days,
Yep.
yes.
Okay.
Is
I
that
can do
okay?
Yep, and then the other 2, we can reimburse them.
I would ask this, Jordan.
Yep.
If you will put that in writing.
Yep.
And give a copy to the manager
There we go.
for the keeping here at the town hall, the record keeping. I don't know that we all have to have a copy, but you definitely want to do it in the IDA. You definitely want to give a copy to the town. So
Okay.
these people know where we stand with the money.
Okay.
I
And
agree.
we're being fair to them. And I don't like
So-
people backing up on me.
how long, Jordan, does it usually take for them to draw their money down?
I believe-
60 days, 90 days?
I believe they have 6 months. Don't quote me on that, but I believe it's 6 months. Because that's each round. Because there's 2 rounds a
Okay.
year, 6
Is
months.
that 6 months over?
For the first person, yes. For the other 2, no.
Okay.
Okay.
We follow the guidelines.
Okay.
Till this is over, then we revisit it. Then
Yep.
we can go from there.
The first round winner will have the 30
30
days.
days.
And then going forward with these other 2, it's just rent and
Yep.
utilities reimbursed
Yep.
until this is over, and then we'll come back and let's not schedule a spring class. Let's
think that's
wait
fair.
until we,
Get it out, get a handle
Yep.
on it. Jordan, will you do that?
Absolutely.
Compose a letter to each individual saying what's what?
Yep, absolutely.
Thank
Give
you.
a copy to Heather.
I can do it.
Because we don't wanna lose this, but we don't want
Correct.
it to be
We
out
need
of
to do it right.
control
Yeah.
and everybody fighting over, there's no need.
I
I
believe it
agree.
needs a council rep, which you all, when that does come around, that's something we should discuss. I think it needs a council rep for it.
We'll discuss it.
Yeah.
Okay, Laura, are you, because you brought this up, are you okay with what we're
I'm
trying to
good
work
if
with?
everybody else is good with
Other
this,
members
30
of council?
days,
On
use
my
it or
left,
lose
on my
it.
right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So Jordan, thank you, and you can report on that next time
Okay.
and bring us up to date.
Mayor, for a point of clarity, I think at one point there was a motion made that may not have been the clearest thing, so.
He made a motion, but there was no second to it.
There was nothing to it because we went a different route.
And there was no second, so,
I withdraw the motion if it was made.
okay, thank you.
So it died.
Yeah, okay, okay, that's pop up next, social media policy.
This will be for you. I'm hoping that council will direct the attorney to have a social media policy that is fair and legal for our town employees. I personally saw on Facebook and social media in general just how horrible, I mean, some of our, town employees who were disrespecting our town in such a way that it was a bad situation. I'm not talking just specific people, I'm talking like the town. And I think that that would apply to the council as well, that if you don't like working for Richlands or you don't like serving on the council, then we'll find somebody else who does. So I don't want to infringe on people's rights, so I'm looking to you for guidance of how we can do that fairly. So people have a right to speak and say what they want to say, but after a certain point, you're kind of crossing the line. And that's where I am with that. If council is, I'm good with it.
Mike, obviously, and I understand what you're saying, Laura, this is a very sensitive thing, it's First Amendment rights. Can you research this in your, as you can, before the next meeting, if you can, and see what other towns have done in regards to social media policy? We might learn by example there, I don't know. But I understand the desire. We're in such a world. Yes, ma'am?
I feel like that prior to have him research that, like we have, like Versa, like, that's who does most of our policies, like, the COVID policy, I didn't just write up that 30-page policy, like, I just go in there and fill in our names.
Yes.
And so before we have the attorney do it, I just feel like it would be best to get it from them and then send it to him.
Okay, do they have that type thing together?
More than likely they will, they have all kinds of policies.
Okay, well,
It's our risk management partner.
okay, perfect. That's a good thing. So is everybody agreeable to having Heather communicate with them and then communicate with John over these possible?
And if not, then, then we can just go down, but I'm assuming they probably.
Well, that's a good resource. Thank you.
Thank you.
With Mike, what did I say? With Mike, whatever. What am I saying? Heather, thank you for communicating with Mike Thomas, the town attorney, the information that you have access to. That's a sentence. All right. Now, electronic participation ordinance. This is something I personally think we do need. I haven't talked to Laura about it, but I think so. Go ahead, let's see what you're talking about.
The electronic participation ordinance, it was brought up kind of in the height of COVID. Virginia law allows this to be, it has to be adopted through the town, but Virginia law allows it. And we really dropped the ball on it. It's got safeguards in place that people can only use it twice a year. So people aren't going to be able to take advantage of that. And obviously, if they try to, there's 5 other members to hold that person accountable. But we need an electronic participation policy because we saw what happened with COVID. There was, I hope you don't mind me using you as an example, but there was an
Okay.
instance where Mayor Curry had a medical situation and was out, and he was here on Zoom and was trying to participate, and he was not able to because council did not pass that electronic participation. So we got into, as a town, kind of some unnecessary trouble there just because electronic participation wasn't passed. I'd like to see that ordinance be brought back and passed so that we can do that.
Well, I'm glad that's why I said I had a particular interest in it. It is true, and I think it's a very important thing. So, Mike, do you have access to that ordinance? I think the county has one. Maybe you can,
I've actually researched that before. I don't have one ready to go for today, but
Okay.
I've done that previously.
can you have that for us in February?
Do you want it as an ordinance or as a policy resolution?
I think, I'm not really sure. I think it needs the power of something. I'll seek your suggestion on that, okay?
The last time we done it as
It was an,
emergency
It was an emergency
resolution.
thing.
it was an emergency thing because COVID.
You can't do that anymore, like, there'll have to be something that you can actually go, on. Like, we could do it before as an emergency,
Mhm.
that something was lifted, and that allowed that.
Right.
But now that's over.
But
Well-
it's probably one in what you're gonna get the other one out of.
Well, I don't know about that, that's a little bit different. This is more like, it's more like related to like safety and police and things like that.
I think after the COVID restrictions were lifted,
That's exactly right.
yeah,
It's another way.
Virginia allowed another, like, only two things per year, and, I'm not sure if it has to be declared an emergency anymore or not. I'm not sure. I just remember, I'm not sure if you were still here when they did that, but, the mayor had surgery, I believe, and was on Zoom, and, that's how we got into the whole can the vice mayor vote situation.
Well, I know Rick would
And
do it, like, I know he would do it, but I can't remember, I know what you're talking about, I don't know, like, when that all came about. I know that, like, I know other places do have that, but I don't know if they typically do it as an ordinance or just a policy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever
I don't either, but
works.
my suggestion is, and I appreciate all the input, will you research that and give us your wisest counsel?
I'm pretty sure Tazewell has a policy.
I think they do, and I know the county has one. Probably the town of Tazewell has it too.
They just passed it recently.
Just passed it. So was it an ordinance, do you remember?
I do believe, but they probably have some up to date.
Okay. Mike, if you'll research that for us and have something ready to present, we would appreciate it. Okay, thank you. All right, next, generator RFP discussion.
We have talked about the gas-fired turbine, and we talked about bringing that for the RFP this meeting. And I think it's time to put that out there, so we're not, the contract was extended, and we're kind of, the clock is ticking now, and I think the quicker we get it out, the better, so,
Okay, so, council, what is being requested is we have an RFP, a request for proposal for this gas-powered turbine that generates electricity. Is that what you're talking about?
yes.
Okay. So, Heather, are you on board with this?
Well, I don't know if I could successfully write that, but I would ask that if it's okay with you all, that I speak to Mr. White about a lot of that, because he's the very one who like researched it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I could, let everybody know that if we feel like we have enough information to put it out there to receive a bid that is
What we're
what we're
wanting,
actually asking for.
right?
Mhm.
I just don't feel comfortable saying yes or no.
Okay, I appreciate that. My suggestion, but I'll ask for council input, I think it is important, but we do need information, so if you'll talk to Seth and see how far along he is with this project,
I know he's got a lot of information, I just wanna make sure that.
what we're requesting.
Yeah, and everybody's aware that I'll have to bring him into.
That's okay with me. Is it okay with the council?
Yes.
And then you will keep us apprised of every detail. Thank
And
you,
if
ma'am.
he has enough, because I'm pretty sure he's ready, has enough information for that RFP to go out, do you want us to go ahead and make the motion that you're able to do that RFP contingent on? Yeah. So I'll make that motion that she's okay to do the RFP for the gas-powered turbine there.
As long as we can get him enough information.
Yes, contingent upon your discussion with Seth White.
I'll second that.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to authorize Heather to pursue an RFP for the generator, gas-powered turbine generator that produces electricity based on, I'm sharing with you my thinking here, based on what she finds out. I just added all that. Were you able to get all that? Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Okay. Okay. I will call for a roll call vote, please. Becca?
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, council. All right, and the last thing was the PCA discussion.
Okay, we've had a bad cold spell, so to speak, and there's very few things that we can do in this budget cycle to alleviate that for our citizens. But this is one of the things that we did in years past when I was on council. We voted to move that power cost adjustment to 0. I would like for council to discuss this or consider this because it's not a lot, but it does help take the cost of the bill down.
Okay. All right, Janice, asking for discussion of the power cost adjustment. Is there any discussion?
I think it's a great idea. We did that when you were on council.
And we
many
watched it
years. Right.
each month, in case we needed
Exactly.
to put it back on.
Okay.
I think with this cold spell, people are going to need some help.
Okay. Is there a motion for that? Is that what you want to do, Jan?
I'll make the motion to reduce the power cost adjustment to 0.
For this month? For the
Well,
next billing cycle?
Yes.
Making sure we got it.
I'll second that.
All right, there is a motion on the floor and a second. Motion by Jan, second by Doug, to reduce the PCA to 0 for the next billing cycle. As I recall, we did that each time.
Yeah,
Because it's based on.
We
what
did it each month.
All right, is there any discussion? There being no discussion, Becca, would you have a roll call vote, please?
Yes.
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 The motion carries. It is unanimous. Thank you, council. Okay, next, unless I've left something off, we're down to town manager report. Okay, thank you, Heather. Mike?
I know last month I had asked for some consideration on move forward with police department as far as code enforcement. I haven't been able to spend much time on that because looking through my code, of course, like I said, that I'm gonna have to go through previous months and maybe even years to find out when the code had changed from when I received this one. So it's taken me a little bit more time to get in with that, but I do wanna just say to Chief Holt, I am working on that, and I will get that to you.
Thank you, Mike. Anything else? Okay. I just will add that the code enforcement updates, or whatever you want to call them, making sure they're current and correct is so important. Thank you. We started this a long time ago, I recall, and so codification of things. So I hope this can move along as best as possible. All right, next, anything else, Mike? Okay. Council member reports. These are non-voting items. Doug?
The first thing, I've had a lot of complaints on certain streets like 2nd Street and some of the streets in town. I think we maybe, the town manager, Heather could maybe talk to the ever who's over the roads, is it George? And get him to check some of those roads, because they're in bad repair. Second Street for sure, and some of the other roads. I've had a lot of complaints.
What kind of complaints, like, what do you mean, like?
Bad repair.
Potholes. Potholes.
Yeah, right.
Okay, Doug?
The next thing, 2 months ago, maybe 3, we passed, the council passed that, a motion that we would name a committee, an electric committee, and it would consist of maybe 2 residents and 2 council members. I'd like to propose
I've got it coming up, Doug.
for your consideration.
We
Okay.
did, it's on my report.
Okay.
I've got you, but thank you. What else, Doug?
That's all I've got.
Okay. That is coming up, it's on my notes,
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Gary?
I don't have a report right now, nothing, but I do have a question, maybe Heather, you can help me with. On last month's meeting, the December, the check, approval of the checks, the number starts with 12/8/12, I believe. And
You talking about December?
December, yes. If I've got my papers in order here. Yeah, it was 11/2 through 12/12.
I have one check register here. Okay, here's the other one. Okay, what was your question?
It started with 12/8/12.
Twelve, nine, six, one? You talking about the starting check number?
Excuse me?
The starting check number?
Yeah, starting check number.
What'd you say it started with?
12/8/12.
I've got 12,961.
How much, what's it for, Gary?
Amazon Web,
Yeah, okay.
you got it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then in the November checks, it ended at 12/8/07.
Mm-hmm.
So I asked for confirmation on check 12/8/08, 12/8/09, 12/8/10, 12/8/11. Unless I missed the document, it ends here and
Well, there's several checks that's not, that maybe got like written, because she wrote these at 2 separate times. I'd have to go back and follow up, because I don't have that with me.
well, can you just provide confirmation on those 4 checks?
Yes,
Okay.
and let me write that down again, I'm sorry, it's 12/8/08
8,
through,
8/0/11.
okay,
Thank you.
I'll take care of it.
Okay, thank you, Gary. Those checks were not listed at all, those are missing checks, is that what you're saying?
It could be.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
if the-
they could
if
be
the checks run in order.
Voided or something, I mean, I don't know, but that's a good question. Thank you. Okay, anything else, Gary? Anything else?
No, I'm
Okay,
good.
Rick?
I have nothing.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah.
Okay, Jan?
Okay, I had several people from the Hidden Valley section complaining because their leaves and their brush hadn't been picked up since they had come over here in October and asked. They've made several trips, and the brush and the leaves is still in the ditches, I guess, and on the sides of the road. I also noticed some on Tazewell Avenue when I came from church. I don't know if they ever picked those up. They've
Those
been
are
there.
mine, and they got them.
Well, no, down
Oh,
on the corner.
below? Okay.
Mhm.
I don't
There.
know, Jan.
Anyway, and on the trash on, what is the, or who is responsible for the trash on, who's responsible for the trash on 460 that's in the town limits? Do we pick that up? Well, it's gotten pretty bad. Several people have complained about that. And Veterans Drive is pretty trashy too. But that's all I have.
Thank you, Jan. Laura?
The only thing I've really got tonight is to speak about, I was informed that Chief Holt had installed some antennas. He's here. He might be able to tell us a little bit more. He can describe it a little bit better, but for years, since I've been coming to the meetings, people have talked about the radio traffic and how the radio's not good signal around, and Chief Holt took it upon himself with Matt Whited and another gentleman, and they purchased some new antennas, had them installed, and I've had officers in the town tell me how our radios are crystal clear now. It's been a problem that has plagued us for years that these guys have solved, and they're both sitting back there, so I really appreciate that, and I know the town employees do as well.
Okay, thank you, Laura, and thank you for the updates and the improvements to our town. Okay, Jordan.
So 2 quick things. Jan pretty much already hit on my main complaint. I've had several people reach out and say that their streets are partially, like, the water is running over due to their drains being clogged by the leaves. I've even seen a few people take matters in their own hands and start burning their leaves, because, I mean, if you get them out, where are you going to put them? So to avoid that, I was wanting to know if we could, do we run the leaf truck on a regular basis?
I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what a leaf truck is.
It has the vacuum.
Leaf.
Oh, okay,
Oh.
I have no idea.
You don't leaf truck.
Yeah.
I don't know, but I don't know how that works.
Maybe we could so I don't expect that truck to go around. I don't know if we outsource it or not, but perhaps the trash.
I mean, I know we had a sweeper truck that picks up stuff. I don't know.
You normally have to call and request to be put on the list, but if we could maintain that at least once a month, that just go around and see if something needs it. Yeah. Okay.
I inquired about that, Jordan.
Okay.
And what was wrong, they couldn't pick up the leaves. They're waiting for a part for the truck. That was
Steel?
what-
I do
Yeah,
remember this. I do
Yes.
remember this.
Is that for brush or the leaf vacuum?
leaf. And
Yeah, that's
The leaf factor.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes more
and I
sense.
think that they're working on that, but
Okay.
it's slow with
And they were trying to make do with,
what they had and move it out of a different
Right.
piece of equipment.
Okay.
Apparently it's a difficult process.
yeah,
I can see that.
they're
Okay.
having trouble finding, everybody's having trouble with parts now
Yeah.
and supplies.
On a better note, the rec park is kicking off their basketball program. It tipped off last night. If y'all want to go see some young talent, go out there and see them. They also, I think, had a New Year's dance, and I've talked to Jessica, and that was a huge success. I would suggest following them on Facebook. They do all kinds of cool events that you would never think of. And that's all.
Jordan, thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, we was talking about what my question is, I've had people to ask me about the carnival. Could we get that back? So does that come when we form the new, who's gonna,
I don't know about that. I will share what I do know. I don't know about the future of it, but when we had a Richlands Chamber of Commerce here, we had a carnival. And the carnival was typically in the latter part of June, and it was associated with other town festivities at one time. And there were contracts had to be signed quite far in advance to get them, and I don't know much more about it than that.
Well, the reason I'm asking, because, you know, in our area, some kids don't get to go off, and the carnival coming here may be the only entertainment they get their whole summer vacation. So if we can work on doing that to get, and it doesn't have to be the same one that we had, as long as we have one to come back. I would like
James
to
H.
work on it.
Drew came here for years, and frankly, I don't know. I mean, I'll be honest with you, maybe I just lost touch with it. Are there carnivals still around?
There are other ones,
I
lots
just
of
didn't
other
know.
ones.
There's a few of them.
Okay.
Which,
There's some local in
talking about
Virginia.
James, for the last 17 years, I've done their inspections, because they're required by state.
At the
to be
county?
Inspected by state inspector. And James is one of the best ones out there. I've done several different shows, and they are number one, but there is other ones.
Okay.
The ones that does the New River Valley show is from, like, up next to Lexington, Virginia. They're local. So, I mean, it still may be time that we could reach out and do that this year if we would work on it.
I think that's definitely a possibility. It will take some funding. These things don't come cheap,
Yes.
obviously. And I would think that will fall, who was it that mentioned events committee? Was it you, Laura? I think that would fall under the
That's what I was asking.
province of events committee. So when we're going to do that after we solicit with invitations or whatever you want to call it for people to join an events committee. So I think that's something that you could request when that gets formed. Rick.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Okay, so let me get started here with my comments. First, I had a petition sent to me from Ernest Sedgel, and I'll just read this, not read all the names. It says, "We, the undersigned, residents of Hidden Valley, do hereby request much-needed traffic control in our neighborhood. 25-mile-per-hour signs are posted, but there are many who totally ignore them and go at extremely excessive speeds, creating a dangerous situation. We have children playing, walkers and bikers whose lives are threatened by this excessive speed. Additionally, there are a few neighbors who do not keep their trash cans picked up, thereby creating unnecessary hazards and attraction for wildlife." So what I wanted to bring this to council because Ernest wanted it brought to the council, and I know that he has said this before, and these are ongoing problems, but hopefully we can always improve on them. So in my effort to do that for the town and the council and the people, I have shared this with Chief Ron Holt, and he is going to do his best to beef up the patrols over there as best we can based on the limited number of officers we have available. And this has nothing to do with the officers we once had and what we now have. It's a big town. So Ernest, we're trying. Thank you. Okay? Chief Holt, you've got this list, don't you? Or I'll give this to you, actually.
Yes.
This is a petition for people who've signed it, who are very concerned about it, and
I
it
live
deserves
in Hidden
consideration.
Valley, and I just have to say, the past couple weeks, we have had kind of scary coming around my big curve because there's always a police officer coming one way or another. So I know that
Well, I don't know where you
they
live,
have
so
been
I'll have to be
patrolling.
careful when I come around that curve.
they have been patrolling up there. So
All right.
I've had to watch my own speed.
Well, thank you. And Chief Holt, I will give this to you, or you go get a copy, and then we'll need to keep this for our town records, okay? Thank you, sir. Okay, the next thing is, we have new members here, and we have old members. Doug, you're one of the old ones. Not to make you feel bad, it's just the truth. I'm right there with you. So welcome back, Doug. Gary, welcome. I'm glad you're here. Rick, you've been a face that we've seen before, but you're back, and I'm very happy. Laura, you're someone who has labored intensively for the town in every capacity that you can, and I'm glad you're here. You'll be a worker. And Jan, you've had experience with county government as the school board member and as the mayor of Richlands and now a town council person. I want to welcome you. And last but not least, I definitely want to welcome Jordan Bales. I have looked around this council tonight, and you see I have no gray hair, so I'm scooting over here. I don't want to tell you, I am so glad we have a Gen Z man. Thank you. It's important. Everybody has to be represented at the table, whether it's Doug and I who are represented or Gen Z. Thank you. I mean that. It's important. I didn't know Jordan, this is just personal, we've gone so late. I didn't know Jordan until I talked to him before the election. I found out his great-grandmother sewed for Curry. She sewed around the world for Curry's. And so there's a connection. And I'm preaching, but there's always a connection in life. We're all connected. There's no one who's not connected. Thank you. So welcome, everyone. I'm so pleased that you're here. And so we've taken care of that, There are several things I want to do. We've had committees before, and then we don't have them. So I'm going to appoint some committees. First, I want to say thank you, Jordan, for serving as the council's representative to the Rec Commission.
You're very welcome.
Gary, have you given any thought to that, to the Planning Commission?
I have. You have to have an answer tonight.
I would appreciate it, but I think we can operate one more time without you, okay?
I will attend the meeting,
Please do.
and then we'll go from there. At our
Well, can we just say, you're appointed, and if you don't want it, you can say, can't do it, and I'll find somebody else.
I just gotta look at some other things also.
Well, let's just say for right now, just say yes. Thank you. Mr. Curry's program is the Just Say Yes program. Thank you. All right, next. Thank you. All right, we have appointments. In the years past, we've had various committees, and we don't have them. So we recently reinvigorated or had a reestablishment of the Public Safety Committee, and I would like Laura DeMalo to serve as the council representative to the Public Safety Committee. So Laura, can you do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I would be glad to serve with you. Okay, next we have Street Committee. We have not had a street committee in a while, but recently, Rick and I went to a residence. I think Rick, and who else went there? Laura, to another residence in Hidden Valley?
Yes.
So I think we need a steady crew that is a committee for the street committee. So I will ask, and if you're amenable to this, would you be the chairman of the street committee? And I'd like Jan to serve with you. Can you
Yes,
do
but
that?
can we add a little bit to that, Ron?
What would you like?
The water and sewer too, because it all gets involved, like when you got the water line.
Yep.
And you
Okay,
know what
that's
I'm
fine.
talking about.
So you want to call street committee water, sewer, and street?
Yes.
Okay. I better write that down.
If you don't care.
Street, that's
I mean,
fine.
because it gets,
H2O.
we have to have them all there together.
Okay. And sewer, I don't know what the abbreviation for sewer is. Okay. So we have public safety, we have streets, and there was a motion at a previous meeting in the fall to have an electoral committee, and I would like to appoint two citizens who are now citizens, and both have served on the council, and that is Seth White and Shay Cook to be citizen members, and I would like, Doug, for you to be the council representative. Now, a few minutes ago, you mentioned two council persons. Would you like someone else to serve with you?
I think it'd be good if we had 2 and 2.
Okay. Well, I will ask Jordan Bales. Jordan, will you serve on the electrical committee as a council representative with Doug? And
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And what I want to emphasize, all these committees are advisory. Everybody will report to the council, and the council will listen with a good heart and a good head. And I want to make that really clear, be it streets or public safety or electrical. These are only advisory committees. They do not make policy. That rests with the council. And I don't want to leave any stone unturned or anything unclear about it. And I would like for every committee, like if it's a street committee and you have an assignment, you don't need to meet every time, but you have an assignment, it'll be you and Jan who go see that. Or if it's public safety, Laura can convey that to the public safety committee. When it comes to the electrical committee, we can convey things we would like them to look into, and they can research whatever they want to, but all these need to come, these reports need to come back to the council for council consideration or just dismissal. We're not going to do it. That's it. Is there any question about what I have done? Anybody have a misunderstanding about their power or lack of power? I'm being very serious. Okay. Before we adjourn, I'm sure there's something I'm forgetting, but
I do have one quick.
yes, please.
I have a contract here for the
Yes.
I have a draft contract here that I've reviewed. Of course, it has a place for the town manager to sign as well as a representative of Boston Tucker and Company. I've looked at it, it looks like a basic contract there. I think they've already started work on there. We probably, council should probably give direction to sign that.
We need to sign it, don't we? Are there copies for the council?
Well, it's just a draft. He'll send the final over. I just wanted to admit
Okay,
it tonight.
got you.
Yeah.
So it's a draft, so at the,
That I sent over, we sent over to Michael, so he can make sure he looked at it before, which is basically the same thing we already discussed, but.
thank you. I follow what
you
you're saying.
I just wanna make
We do
sure
need a
all clear
contract.
that-
I'll give direction to
Give
Heather
me
to sign
direction
that
that I can
contract.
go ahead and proceed.
Okay, I think
Was
we
that
need,
advertised?
Yeah.
yes.
Okay,
And they were the only ones who
bid,
responded.
yeah.
okay.
Okay,
I'll make the motion to give Heather the authority to go ahead and sign the contract when we receive.
okay. There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
And Gary seconds the motion to sign the contract with Bostic Tucker and Company to be our auditors, annual auditors. Is there any discussion?
Where are they from?
They're from, like, I think it's like Norton area. They do like Lebanon's, I mean, they do other
Okay.
towns. They do-
I do know this, they audit for the Tazewell County School Board,
Yeah, and like, I think we talked.
'Cause I remember that one teaching.
He said it was okay to go forward with them, that's the only one bid that we got.
Yeah, okay.
okay?
Don't have much
Thank
of a
you.
choice.
All right, there's a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion further? Roll call vote, please, Heather. Or Becca. I guess it's too late.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
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 Motion carries. Thank you for the roll call vote, Becca. Heather, thank you for your patience. All right, before I ask for an adjournment of a meeting, our next regularly scheduled meeting is going to be on February 14th. It's Valentine's Day. And we have a joint meeting with the Recreation Commission, not a committee, it's a commission, on January the 16th at the Town Hall. And I don't think I'll be here for that, but I'll let Heather know. Okay, so I think I have,
Is that at the town hall or the rec park?
it says here Town Hall.
It's at Town Hall.
It's at Town Hall.
It
I confirmed
initi-
with the rec commission.
Okay.
It initiated at the rec park, and I had some citizens reach out to me and ask how they could watch, so we moved it to Town Hall so it can be streamed.
Okay.
And Mayor, am I expected to be here for that meeting or?
I don't know that you necessarily need to be here unless council, would you like Mike to be here? I think you're okay.
I don't think you guys are needed, and,
If we are,
I
we'll
wouldn't
call
think
you.
so.
Thank you.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, so before I ask for a motion to adjourn, I just want to say a couple of things. First, evenings like this are not always easy for anybody, and I'm going to leave it right there. I never say what goes on in that room, we should not do it. I just want people to know there was no hatchet job, ever. Should not be. Thank you. The next thing I want you to know is that our clerk will not be with us. And she submitted a touching and moving letter of resignation. And I want to thank you, Becca, for the class act that you are and for an excellent job. We will miss you. And you closed this letter, which I have shared with council, not publicly, by saying, if you need me, let me know. Well, I will be calling on you. Thank you. We wish you well. We pray blessings on your family.
I second that.
She deserves a hand. She deserves a hand.
Thank you. Okay. I cannot think of anything else, council, before we ask for a motion to adjourn. Is there anything else that we have missed tonight? Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll make the motion that we adjourn.
Okay. And there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Gary seconds. All in favor, say aye. Anybody opposed? The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Thank you.